Hey guys, we'll be ready in just a moment. Alright, let's take a look here. And our sheep pasture, did we ever get them moved in? Got them marked, but nobody's doing any animal hauling at the moment because everybody's busy doing Dwarven Etsy. Okay, so we've taken everybody off crafting for a minute to let them tend to other duties, and I'm hoping we'll get some hauling and some metal work, similar things that we've kind of been neglecting done. Let's see if we can get that bridge reconstructed now. Zombie giant sponge, huh? Oh, I guess I didn't realize. All right. We don't have those other levers linked up just yet, but our mechanic will come along and get them constructed, I believe. And we'll just go ahead and fill up the entire lever complex. Keep in mind, I only put notes on the ones that are actually functional. So if I check notes, or the ones that are actually have a use planned, I guess I should say, to check for functionality, you actually look inside them to see if they're linked up. So these I have a use for. The rest on down the way haven't had a plan laid out for them. They're basically dead levers at the moment. These won't be dead until I can get them linked up, but only that long. And the sparring continues. Good. bookcases. That's why those aren't smooth. That's right. We did have bookcases there originally, didn't we? I wasn't thinking, and I put bookcases into the public library. Our public library can't have bookcases. And the archery range is being dug out. That's good. Welcome back, Goblin of Gygaxanor. And the lever construction continues. Good. Get our miners to make a pass over this. How are we doing for miners, speaking of? Several, but the new ones haven't trained up fully yet. Okay. And now we've got dogs on chains at the front door, so just in case the dogs chase off after some goblin, the next one doesn't just slip right in.
It won't work. Why do you think I can do this?
And the miners are starting to show up and get to work out here
can't
in the
do that
tree
there.
farm finally again. Slowly we mined. You know, that's something I've never tested. Does smoothed and engraved floor have the potential, once muddied, to grow cave moss? Can my nature preserve be an engraved wonderland?
Sir, I hate saying no to you, but no. Ugh, no way.
Get this mined out about 5 levels deep so we can have proper cave trees. We've got to dig an entry catch pocket, which will basically be just a giant vertical tube of some width in the shape of like a central staircase except broader. We'll dig that all the way up, several levels so that it holds a bunch of water at once, with a bridge at the bottom and some fortifications to let it bleed in. We will
I can't do that there.
connect that up to the brook with a bridge to keep it so we can seal the whole system. So we've got a way to seal the system, a way to seal it here so we can fill just the catch pocket. We'll have a bridge on the far side so we can seal this room and flood it if we want, hopefully. Once the whole thing has been flooded at least once, all the way on every tile, then we're ready to drain it out and start having cave moss. Then we'll need a second catch pocket down on the second cave system. Another pass through there, another seal there so we can flood that room. And then lastly, that seal will double as our drain seal. So behind that will be basically just a channel off the map. And then the idea is that as long as the brook cooperates long enough every year, and that's going to be the rub, does the brook stay thawed long enough every year to provide us with water on a regular basis so that the catch basins don't just run dry every year? Otherwise, it may be the case that we get our river is just mostly cave moss because it gets a trickle of water periodically and dries up about halfway through the first room because the taiga only thaws for like 1 week out of the year or whatever. It's kind of a shame. I came up with this idea on the wrong fortress. We might conceivably at that point look at doing something silly with magma just to keep it thawed. It gets crazy because we would have to... We'd probably end up with using DF liquids at that point just to put some magma up underneath the brook and keep the brook thawed up to the point where we use it. So we would channel the terrain out and then stick a little magma underneath all the brook tiles to keep them warm, wall it all up so it's just little dots of magma. And then the brook would theoretically flow into our fortress year-round, we hope. But failing that, we can get the illusion of it for a brief time using catch pockets. The aquifer will help to fill it a little. My intent is that this first catch pocket will go up high enough that it touches the aquifer. We're far enough away from our fort in Primary that the only thing that is over here is the brook and the ponds on the actual surface, so we can take that stairwell system up to the level where the aquifer kicks in, and then we'll, at that point, instead of going higher with the catch pocket, we will drill like a checkerboard into the ceiling of staircases with the intent for like 3 levels or 4 levels, just enough to get the aquifer to drip down into the catch pocket. With enough water at the bottom of the catch pocket and the aquifer helping to refill it, my hope is that we will have a sufficient buffer refilled periodically by the brook and the aquifer that we can sustain a year-round water flow. That's realistically, though, I have no way to calculate that, so it's just a guess. In a less frigid climate, we probably wouldn't have that problem. Oh, this is pure... This isn't for meta. This isn't for efficiency. Oh, make no mistake. No. If this was... If this was for efficiency, no, I wouldn't go any higher than 2 because you're right. In the current version, you don't get the bonus wood for the caps. It's just the trunks, and at that point, the extra time is probably not efficient. But this is not so much for a real we need wood tree farm as it is for a my dwarves have a natural park to go and sunbathe in a sense. Although, you know, dwarves don't really sunbathe, and my sunbathing is taken care of by a different park in another area. But I kind of want to do a natural, you know, like a park. This is Central Park Dwarf.
No way.
Depending on whether this works or not, we may or may not be able to actually have this do what we want. Conceivably, we may be able to use the aquifer to help fill up both catch pockets and sort of benefit at both sides. Drip it in on the left side for the second catch pocket, drip it in on the right-hand side for the first one.
No way.
The stone is starting to accumulate. That's a good thing. That means our dwarves are accumulating all this stuff that Dwarven Etsy needs to keep moving. And they're building it up faster collectively than they are consuming it at the moment because we have turned off all their jobs. So right now they're just hauling the stone to fill it up. That way it's primed for the next rush. Well, I think it's great. The other thing that I'd really like to see in some future version with respect to Fortress Industries is hunting from blinds. Modern hunters don't hunt waterfowl by tracking it. They hunt it by baiting it into an area and hunting it from a camouflaged hut or pit or blind. Being able to put camouflage tree blinds up that invaders might not notice, allowing your hunter to escape detection and remain hidden, for example, as the army passes underneath, we hope, might not be a bad thing to have. I don't know that realistically with Dwarf Fortress's pathfinding we want to have ourselves in the position of hunting waterfowl, but there it is. Fishing we can already take indoors by setting up water sources, but hunting is you either seal off a section of the caverns and wait for vermin creatures to spawn for trapping, or you let people into sanitized cavern areas that you seal up periodically with drawbridges. I suppose if you really wanted to combine your tree farm properly in a normal fortress, mind you, not in this 100 and Z level monstrosity that we're going to be forced to construct here. But realistically, you could set this up so that the bottom floor of the lowest floor of your tree farm coincides with or lays alongside the floor of some cavern area of some sort. Cut a hole in the wall, seal it up with a drawbridge. Cut another drawbridge over here so we can seal this side up as well. Open this up, let critters come and roam in here and explore your native area. Seal it up, open this, send your hunters in. Short of hunting in boxes like this, there's not a good safe way to hunt in the current version. You are constantly exposing your hunters to, case in point, forgotten beasts composed of vomit. This one only has webs, though, and I'm sure as soon as somebody punches it because it's made of vomit, it's probably going to disintegrate, but we'll let somebody else punch that once or twice. It probably won't take long. Now remember, he's in the caves. We're not exposed to the caves, so not a problem for us. In fact, he's in Cavern 1, which we exposed indirectly through our little tunnel here where we cut a fortification to see out. He'll wander around down there until a cave swallow or something misses the webs one time and punches him, and that'll be the end of the Forgotten Beast. Alas, the Forgotten Beast's made out of inanimate materials. Yeah, I'm not really sure how to tell. I'm not really sure how to suggest. I don't even say tell. I'm not even really sure how to suggest. Oh, we got a tree right in the middle of the damn. Nice. That's going to punch holes in everything.
I just can't.
Well, cut it must be. We forgot to put stockpile at the bottom of our moat, and so the moat is actually above a lower floor. We may end up having a small puncture here we have to deal with. We may kill some birds in the process here. Let's make sure it's just birds and not people by locking the door. This door is sealed. And someone's going to be along here momentarily to cut that tree. Thought it might have been him, but no. Oh, maybe we don't have anybody set to cut trees. No, we do. Alright, a Cassiterite low lock. Hey, Clinative, oh, you mean to tell Toady them? No, I mean, I know I can suggest things. What I mean is I'm not sure how I would suggest to change it, because Toady wants his animals to behave in an animal fashion. I'm not a biologist enough to suggest better AI for his wildlife. I just look at the way the game works, and the hunting mechanism is a little painful in the sense that the best way to hunt realistically in this game world, the way it is constructed, the way I would hunt if it were my, life on the line, is that you don't hunt individually like hunters do in Dwarf Fortress. You would form hunter gangs, you would form hunter squads that would go out and sack animals. Now, small animals they'd carry with them until they got a couple, hopefully. Go out for a couple of days, hopefully get a couple small animals and bring them back. Or a couple of big ones, we hope. We run into a pack of boars or whatever. But they wouldn't be going out as single hunters as is done in the current version. Fishermen, likewise, since they go to an area where the water is and they fish, and since you can form them into a zone, it's workable for fishers. You can force them into an area, but you can't force them to go in a group. They individually take care of the fishing job still. And these external, forcibly exposed positions lead to issues with dwarves, necromancers, werebeasts, even just giant animals themselves, or even some of the regular-sized animals, can pose a significant or serious threat to a dwarf who isn't really even necessarily doing anything to that animal. Well, I'd have to figure out how to phrase it. Like I said, the trick here isn't so much that I want the animal AI to improve to where we need to have baiting animals as a necessity. I want either to change how hunting works, or to... Well, what I want is to change how hunting works. It's just a question of how that is manifested. Whether it's manifested in the way that, hunters go out and they don't attack invaders, they hide in blinds, and they wait for animals to come by, we hope. See, and I still think you run into a problem there with things like stealthy invaders that sneak up on your dwarves. If you equip them with hunting animals at that point, you're basically just driving all the wildlife in. The best way I've seen, really, to hunt is silly. It's not even hunting. It's to build these large, kind of plus-shaped contraptions and then put some cage traps near the middle so that animals are funneled into the center as they pathfind through your zone, and in so being funneled, are harvested by the cave traps for later detail by your hunters. Basically, to set up what in the modern world is canned hunts. You take the cages full of wild animals, you put them in an area and open them up, let your hunters hunt them. Well, there we go. That didn't last long. That forgotten beast just totally wailed on that elk bird. Exploded his head and then webbed him. See, kicks in the head, injured part collapses, right rear foot in the head, injured part collapses. Totally smashing those guys. Alright, just a second we'll have the stone backed up. And at that point, the stone hauling job here, which is pretty large, it's like 20 guys, will max out and stop. And then we can be prepared for the next Dwarven Etsy rush. I don't know what else to call it. Our Dwarven homespun bespoke crafts industry. Okay, we've got these stockpiles, or these track stops all rigged up to dump, and I hope I set them in the right direction, or we'll find out in a hurry that it didn't. The next trick we've got to do is get down to where the magma is and create a chamber where we can fill it with magma and extract the mine carts from it. And as before, this is a long way down to the world, so let's go down and see if we were talking about doing a... I don't believe you get any visibility into the terrain with respect to things you can't build on, like magma. So I can't see where the magma actually starts or stops here. But I do have a suspicion, because of the way this is built. See how the black terrain represents unexplored solid rock, and as we go down, it kind of slopes away that way. Probably a solid area there around us, and then... See, this doesn't give me any visibility into what I was looking for. I was hoping to see something without reveal here, but no luck. So let's do some tunneling. If I can get all of that dug, then we know that we can probably fill the room below this. And if the room below this touches the semi-molten rock, then we know that we're like in a valley between two peaks of semi-molten rock.
Oh, I won't do it.
Somebody's on their way to dig this. This is going to take a minute because we're way down at the bottom of the world. Let's put a hotkey down here because we haven't before. And Shift F7 will take us there. And they have finished that level of the... just 2 levels down now. One here and then down to there. to bring it all the way up to -3. But the last couple levels just need to be little chunks, and I'll show you what I mean. Minesweeper, anyone? You know, it occurs to me there's not a lot of point in doing all this right now. You know, now that I've done it all. But we'll see. I'll leave this next one down here on 5 and see if they get it done. Let's go back down. Oh, that's a sound I was waiting to hear. There we go. That's the hot sound. That's the hot stone cancellation there. Now the theory is we're somewhere underneath or alongside the magma. So let's see if we are directly above it, for example. Guessing no. Okay, good. We can try to tap this at a couple places to see if we get lucky. Now, maybe they were under the magma, for example. In which case this method won't work. Oh, they're doing good. They found all kinds of area down there. The problem is now they can't get back up unless they do it just right. So now we have a problem. It's okay, I wanted to put a hole there anyway, but still, guys. And somebody builds the bridge that seals our miners in. See here, the molten rock, we're adjacent to it. So this is coming up as hot because we're probably adjacent to magma above this semi-molten. We're going to try an old-fashioned trick to punch a hole here. We'll get somebody to haul us a brick down here and put a staircase up, hopefully before our miners run out of food. Somebody's on their way down at least, so that's good.
I can't do it. I just can't.
And if this works and they can get all the way back here, then we'll just have them cut a hole out and that'll be fine. The intent here is that you can put a ramp underneath one of these holes and actually cut away the brick above it. The reason I'm not doing this with a ramp in order to try and get them out is that a ramp won't work here. There's no solid ground underneath any of the squares they can move to, so they won't be able to use the ramp to go up a floor. It's like a ramp that goes out into the open and then there's nothing. You'd have to mantle up onto the floor above you to get up. Dwarves don't ascend ramps that way. They don't consider it a path. So the ramp there is just fine by me. They're going to get close enough that we can just cut a hole out and let them out.
I just got it.
We can wall that back up in a minute. But if this works, and if this is not semi-molten rock that we're underneath here, then we'll have the dwarves enter on this level, stand on the ramp, and they'll actually be able to engrave or to cut this stone away through the rock, through the bridge. Now, your bridge needs to be magma safe. Doesn't have to have any mechanisms in it, doesn't have to do anything, doesn't have to be animated in any way. The super suit does not need to be green, but it does have to be magma safe, because if it's not, it'll melt right away. We don't want that.
It won't work.
Remember, the intent here is only to give me a few magma workshops to work with until I can get the proper area set up upstairs where we're going to use it.
Wow. Did you see what I did with this? I'm gonna hang on to this.
Okay, and now we've done our architecture, so our mason's going to come along and get it built. Let's check on our petitions. Okay, all good there. Still not up to inviting folks into my fortress yet. It's not valuable enough yet. Give me the ability to interrogate them a little bit on what their skills actually are, not simply, this person wants to live here. Great, this person wants to live in my fortress and kill monsters. Great, what's their skill? Well, he's a level 2 biter. I know that's an extreme example, obviously, but it illustrates the point. You can't even inquire as to whether they'd be a good fit for one of your militia squads. Hey, can you use a spear? We've got an opening in the spear squad. It makes sense in the context of population change in a game like RimWorld in the fashion that they've implemented it. They're describing it as somebody who's basically gotten access to the radio for 10 seconds. They've told you, hey, I'm escaping, I'll be at your place in a day if you agree to take me in. You don't have time to interrogate them. Fine, okay, great. But this is a petition. This guy shows up, he's living in your tavern for a while. You've got time to invite him to the throne room and have a little heart-to-heart. Yeah, bins. There we go. This floor needs bins badly. problem I foresee with the tree farm is even with a reserve tank, if we're not intaking a certain amount every year, we basically have to engineer a system well, the truth is with pressure regulators, flooding's not really a problem, is it? Okay. Yeah, okay, I got an idea.
Sorry, sir, I can't do it.
Wish my guys would get me some bins, though. This needs to be cleared up.
Oh, no way.
Now, I want him to try and stand on the west side of this as he builds it, which he should do normally anyway, but just to be safe.
The new season is spring.
Okay, somebody's bringing me some rock salt to finish the job here. Now, the plan is we're going to seal this up, check these bridges to make sure they're magma-safe material, cancel this construction we no longer care about so that the block isn't tied up who knows where, make sure our dwarves can still access this. We'll have a dwarf set to mine this out, basically, and he'll come down here, stand on this tile, and through the bridge, mine that out. Bridges don't count as blocking vision. You mean a magma piston? Ooh, a siege. There's one nice thing about making the terrain in the burrow in this one instance. There is one little tiny chunk of terrain here in this trench that I don't want to include. Everything else below ground, clear down to level 120 bazillion, should be considered within the fort. I'm only exposing my dwarves to the caverns when I want to, and if that's open, I want them to consider that to be stuff they can deal with. So we map the entire world to the burrow at that point. Everything below the surface is burrow material. And then we make sure that they are inside this hut so that they don't get crushed in the bridge. And we want to include the upper area so that they will still do beekeeping during the siege if necessary. Now keep in mind, this could prove problematic if expert military are milling around at the base of your fortress. They could, cause a problem that way. We've got our bridges sealed up at the top so nobody's climbing in. Great, great, great. You go down here and cancel out, remove one little section here so that our dwarves don't try to get to stuff that's inside that trench until we're ready for them to do so. Let's see. And one of those trees is actually, wow, I'll have to see how that impacts the temple too. Interesting. Okay, well, that's for later. So now we need to go into our militia alerts system and set up a new alert, which we'll call red alert, because everybody should. And we'll set that alert to have the burrow, and we'll set that alert to the civilian alert. Now what that means is everybody who's in civilian duty immediately needs to run inside the burrow. So let's see. And then we'll deploy the militia manually from there as needed. Now, hopefully, we'll get everybody indoors here before our invader force starts to really do anything nasty. It looks like the goblins decided to pay us a visit this time out. Where are they at? Let's see where they are on the map. They are way up there at the very top, the very north end of the map, which is a long way from us, realistically. Anybody who's out shouldn't be outside this area here, where we've felled a few trees over there that way just for the road, but otherwise this little box around our fortress is everything. We don't have any hunters, we don't have any surface exposure other than this wood harvesting we're doing periodically. We'll call everybody in, we'll go down to the area here, and we'll double check that this is actually linked up. Yes, the large bridge is in fact linked back to our lever. We will add a task for that lever to pull it, and we'll suspend it for just a moment while we look at the surface real quick to make sure everybody has a chance to run inside. And everybody who is outside right now, we don't want them to get crushed when the drawbridge goes up, so we're giving them a chance to see if there's anybody else around. I don't see anybody else making their way to the entrance. Do you see? I'm not really looking for people in specific. I'm just looking for motion towards the door here.
No.
And I'm not seeing any when it's off pause. So I think everybody who was outside is now inside. We're going to assume that that's the case because we can't simply wait forever, and I'm not going to check all 200 dwarves to play babysitter. I babysit like Jigsaw. So we're going to pull that lever and seal up the door. Ka-whomp. Well, in theory, we're going to pull that lever. There we go. Now, at that point, we're walled up. The small siege that it is, the goblins can't get to us. They're still filing in, though, so they may have a lot more than this when they finally show up in total. Our scholars and guests are discussing stuff. That's good. Curious if these guys are doing their discussion in our public library, I'm assuming. Yes, they are. These visitors are having discussions in our public library, which trains our scholars, who then can have their own discussions in their own private library away from human and elven eyes. Let's check on the number still. How many we got here? It looks like just a handful. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Actually, no, wait a minute. Our guys needed equipment last time I checked, didn't they? Yes, they did. I believe we were finding out that they had only partials once you get outside the yep. Once you get outside the main squad, and we told them to forge a bunch of iron stuff, but I'm guessing they haven't done it yet. Okay, so that's got to be done before we can fight them properly. Let's try and get our magma running. See if we can interest somebody in taking this job. Now keep in mind with the bridge there, there's no... Oh, I need to check one other thing too. Make sure this material is magma safe. Gabbro I know is. We're good there. So yeah, no magma's going to melt the bridge and then run down into the lower level. Now we don't want that. That's bad. So if this works, and if the other side of this is magma as we hope, then it will flood in and give us an area on this upper floor that we can drill down into to build a quick, rough magma industry. That frees us from the fuel cycle, at least in part, and gives us an initial magma industry that we can rely on. It should also allow us to see more of the magma sea, we hope, and thereby plan out a better way to deal with the need to fill minecarts with magma. There we go. So, our dwarf down below, keep in mind, our dwarf is standing... Here, let me close this notification. Adamantine, yay. Go down one level. Our dwarf is standing on the ramp. And he is below, right here, he is below that bridge. And he mined out that tile, which exposed the magma sea. It will now flood in. We've already sealed this up, so there's no access to it for us. It's not going to flood in our fortress or in any way endanger our dwarves. We do want to cancel that extra wall job there, because otherwise there's a brick that's forever tied up waiting on that job to be done. And the magma will take a little bit to flood in here. Not forever, it's going to be fairly quick, but it'll take a minute. Remember, it has to reach level 4 to be suitable for a magma workshop, so we need to let this fill up a little bit before we can actually make use of it. But this is the more traditional way I would get access to magma early on in my fortresses, especially if I was embarking near a volcano. Being able to tap magma in the fashion I just did is very simple. You can do it at any depth you want. It makes plumbing your magma trivially easy on a volcano. 100% safe as long as you use magma-safe materials for the bridge. If you don't like having the open path for some reason, you can carve it, smooth it, and fortify it the same way. But it takes 2 steps instead of 1, so I'm lazy and in a hurry, so here we go. As these last 3s get eclipsed by the 5s moving into their midst here. Sort of reverse stratego. There we go. Now there's no 3s remaining, all the 5s have eaten them. So now let's go and go 1 floor up, and we'll dig out, and I know this is going to get lots and lots of cancellation notices now, and that's fine. We really don't care. What we really want is just go straight out here like this and dig ourselves a couple of just crude workshops right into the stone. And it's going to take a minute. We're getting all kinds of cancellations. All kinds. Every single tile here is going to say, "Oh, I'm hot. Oh, I'm hot."
guess I'll do it. No, it won't work.
Give me a sec. I'm going to cheat and make this easier on myself. So the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to hit Control R to record a macro. I'm going to hit D for dig. I'm going to take note of where my cursor is. I'm going to move down one, left one. I'm going to make sure I'm on the mining designation. Hit enter. Go down two and shift right one. Hit enter again and hit escape. And then, in theory, I can play that back over and over again to redesignate that same area as... Every time they say, no, I'm going to cancel that, I can say, nope. Oh, I left it on record. That's a problem. Okay, I didn't quite do it right there, so let's do it again. We hit Control R, we hit D for dig, we go down, dun, 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 hit enter. We hit Control R to cancel recording, because we don't want to be recording at that point. Nope, we still do. Damn, that's not right either. So hit escape. Control R. See how macros can be fiddly? Hit D for designate. Down. Dun, 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 dun. Hit escape to cancel mode. Hit Control R to kill the macro. And now I can play it back. You'll notice a kind of flicker, and then it will redesignate these tiles every time I replay that macro. It's just replaying that same designation over and over again. Every time they clear it out, I can just put it right back. We're getting there. Now I can look down one floor and make sure that the area I'm going to tunnel into has magma below me, and then I hit H to tunnel. I put one tunnel right there by itself, and we'll build a magma smelter over the top of that. Or a glass furnace over the top of that. Forgotten Bee still taking advantage of the elf bird population down in Cavern 1. We're getting ready for him. We're going to have ourselves a proper magma industry shortly. Switch our dwarves over to making coins full time if we want. Now we are kind of jamming these in here together. This is not really very aesthetically pleasing. That's okay. The intent is not so much the aesthetics of this as it is being able to immediately get all of these up and running in one go. One glass works, one smelter, one metal works, right there together, all running off magma. The only trick is you have to have them above a level. The level below that has to have level 4 of 7, in this case 7 of 7, of magma for it to work. That's it. I like to put it under all of the tiles that are unwalkable. You can put it wherever you like, as long as the center tile is open so the dwarf can stand on it. And there's at least one tile of magma below the low part of the workshop, it works. Putting the impassable tile above the hole prevents intruders from swimming up through the magma hole, or dwarves from being scared by magma crabs who are harmlessly flitting about pelting each other with magma below. Fire imps and all sorts of other fire snakes and all sorts of other nasties you don't want in your fortress. Just seal them up and away you go. The simplest way to do that is to simply make ourselves a workshop, and in this case we're going to go with a magma forge. Put it right there. We need an iron anvil. We need some gabbro blocks because they're nice and lightweight, and it takes a long time to bring stuff down this far. We're going to go back and we're going to hit smelters, and then this time we're going to do magma smelters. We're going to do a glass furnace right over here. And we'll do that again in Gabbro blocks because it's nice and light to bring down blocks. And then we need to do a magma smelter, and we'll put that there. And again, this is the most hideous way to put all this stuff in here, is just jamming it in here side by side. But once you've made a puncture on the magma sea, just as with the caverns, your visibility allows you to then better plan your next area. If, for example, I wanted to have a proper magma forge down here, I could put it here on this floor, go down one level, use this as the magma chamber, easily use that trick we just discovered to crack the magma on the upper floor and drain it down into this cistern. Since magma doesn't flood up, there are all kinds of things you could then do once you know what the layout of the magma sea looks like. Now this will get us a magma industry. Yay, but not exactly what I really wanted. So let's go back upstairs to our catch basin again and finish up what we were doing here. We'll put 2 small bridges here, which we can close up. 2 2x10 bridges, which will destroy a little bit of water in our catch pocket, unfortunately, but will allow us to effectively open the entire wall here at once to dump water. So this first one, what we'll do instead is... Oh, I did say we were going to try to do a river, didn't I? Okay, so same plan. Okay, that one, instead of doing blocks, we'll just use the Gabbro because it's sitting right there, and that saves us from getting interruptions about it being canceled. Now we'll cut ourselves a... I don't really want to smooth that there, do I? This is a little weird, this staircase design here, but the intent here is to allow us to put in a bridge on this lower floor. And, oops. And in order to do that, I need to have room clear of the stairs. So we're actually going to have a small ledge, if you will, one floor above the bottom of our catch pocket. Now that ledge isn't solid, it's just a simple floor ledge, if you will. So it's thin, doesn't affect our volume capacity. But it would impact direct flow, potentially, if we were digging out for that purpose. But I think we're going to have so much water in here, it's not going to matter. Might as well make a few of them. Now, the downside of this is it's really slow. It takes a long time to haul sandbags all the way down to the bottom of the fort and make an item. Then somebody else has to haul the thing all the way back up. So this works, but it's not ideal. This is like emergency magma forges, right? But we do want something a little more grand than that, and we want it closer to our fortress so we can actually take advantage of our existing dwarven population rather than having to relocate everybody down to the bowels of the earth. So, okay, so what we're going to do here, let's talk about what the hell I'm designing and why I'm doing it this way. So we've got our temporary magma forge here, that's great. But now I want to take advantage of some Dwarf Fortress eccentricities and move magma upstairs to where we can take advantage of it ourselves. So we're not trekking all the way to the bowels of the earth to use some magma, then all the way back up to drop off the item, then all the way back down to use the magma over and over again. It's 100 steps each way. It's 200 steps for each item. That's crazy, crazy. You'd never build anything that way. So, while that gives us some sort of emergency cover in the event that our fuel cycle dies off, for example, to make items in a pinch, it doesn't provide us a good working solution. This will. What we're going to do is puncture the magma on this floor. It will flow across a magma-safe bridge using that same technique we demonstrated earlier, down this hallway, down through a channel into this room, down through here into an area right here. This area at the T is particularly important. We will seal up this exit area here with a bridge, seal up this door here with a bridge, and then allow magma to flood into this tunnel and stop here. On the level above, we'll have a hole where we can throw things into the magma. The intent here is we can toss the magma, mine carts into the hole, fill the hole with magma, seal the magma off so it can't flood in anymore, open it up, drain off the magma with a crushing bridge to destroy the magma. The magma will sweep out of there, leaving this area free of magma for us to come along and pick up the item to the wheelbarrow. At that point, we send our dwarves in with the wheelbarrows, they pick up the magma-filled mine carts, they deliver them to a stockpile near the forges. The last part is slightly dangerous and may result in some dwarven fatalities. We'll have to see. We take the mine carts, still filled with magma, from the stockpile directly adjacent to the track stop, put each one on a track stop. So done, the track stops will immediately dump their magma into the hole, leading to the same situation that we have here, with a magma-filled area up below the forges and the smelters. Only the difference being is that we'll do it way up top in the area up by us, rather than down here in the bowels of the earth. Once that's done, sand becomes a free resource. We can turn around and turn we can turn glass making on for everyone. The same way we were doing Dwarven Etsy before, we can now do Dwarven glass making Etsy. And he's finishing up our emergency forge. And we're once again sealed up from the magma, so nothing can climb in accidentally. Believe me, I've had it happen. Now we need our miners to come along and start on this monstrosity. Remember, the whole point of this is just so we can put magma into minecarts in the most expedient fashion.
A baby's been born.
Let's take a look at our military for a moment. Sorry, just checking in our dwarven stress levels. Still doing okay. The top of the heat dwarf stress is just barely creeping up slowly. Still not even to where drive shaft was the other night, so we're in good shape. Didn't we have a siege out there just a minute ago? Pretty sure we did. So now we have a Cyclops at a siege. And the Cyclops, as well as the Goblins, has entered from the north side of the map. So let's see where the Goblins have gotten themselves off to in the intervening time. See where they're hiding at now that this guy has come to pay them a visit. They're hiding right out in front of the fortress, where I could theoretically be shooting at them if I wanted to, I suppose. We're not going to, though. We're going to see what the Cyclops does. He sounds like he's going to go right for the nearest living thing. Here he comes down the map, charging straight at the sealed fortress gates. The goblins hover curiously right outside the door, waiting to see what will happen. Will the dwarves open their fortress to allow the Cyclops in? A squad of goblins appears to have noticed something. They are moving around the fortress now from the south edge, up the eastern edge of the hut. And the goblins and the Cyclops are now charging at one another. And the fight has begun. The Cyclops and the goblins have engaged one another. Bolts are flying. At least one of the goblins looks to have gone down. Oh, the Cyclops appears to have taken... Oh, the goblins have finished him. The Cyclops took a wound there and fell. Let's go back and review the combat report. That poor Cyclops. Let's see. Back up here. Here's where he fell over. That was where it was all over. When he fell over and went down. So he did something very, very bad. Punched Goblin, bruised left cheek, split the skull open. So this is where he pummeled that first guy and killed him, and he was horrified by having to kill that Goblin. And then they stabbed him, torn a tendon, pulled his right hip, and knocked him over. And once he was on the ground again, just like we saw the other day, once you're on the ground and you start to get mobbed, it's a total curb stomping here. The Cyclops lost his silver mace, whether it was his or something he'd taken, and they just, from there on in, it is just stab, chop, all the way down. The Cyclops passes out before they actually finish him off. He never really gets another swing after that. Once he goes down, they just maul him. But they're going to leave at least one of their number on the ground for the sheer privilege of having visited my fort to be eaten by a Cyclops.
Did you see what I did with this
We
thing?
have the best uninvited guests. Got to reclaim that stuff too, so that my dwarves will eventually pick it up once the siege ends. We may, since there aren't that many left. How many are there? Did they mostly leave? There's still a fair number left. They've got a couple crossbow with them. And I don't trust crossbows enough to put holes in my dwarf without armor. So we're going to hold off a minute.
Sorry, I can't do it, Dwarf. No.
While we outnumber them, our guys are not properly equipped.
Why do you think I can do this?
I really don't want to lose dwarves to goblins just because I got cocky and opened the door up on them. Just yet. We're going to get there. We're not there yet.
I can't do that there.
Sarah, you can't do that there.
I don't think they'll actually finish building those. I think they'll get scared by the goblins and run away. But let's find out. Let's put a little mischief in their lives. What could go wrong? Well, what could go wrong is that one of these guys could be a superly skilled crossbow goblin, shoot one of my guys through the fortifications and kill them on the spot. But realistically, I don't think that's a problem.
Won't work.
Interrupted by goblin crossbowmen. They get to right there, and then they see the goblins and take off. It's alright, no big. They'll basically store them up there until where the goblins leave or move to someplace else, and I can get them assembled properly.
Sarah, a baby's been born.
Oh, that's just great. Another mouth to feed.
Sounds like our forgotten beast is still going to town down there in the caverns with the webs. totally webbing everything up in its path at this point. Web here, web there, web everywhere until it catches them, and then at that point just pummeling them, I'm sure. Now we could station our guys in this corner, drop the bridge, and invite the goblins in, and attack them as they tried to cross the bridge with 30 dwarves. We outnumber them about 3 to 1. Our guys aren't armored yet. See, I keep wanting to go to melee with them. We just don't have the equipment. I'm not sure why I'm guessing the absence of fuel has been the issue to date. We're going to fix that problem, though. We are. As soon as I get a miner down here to do some work. We're messing around with our tree farm at the moment. Finishing up those last few tiles right there.
No. I said no.
Sir, you can't do that there.
Let's see if maybe we've got enough. Not quite. We can do marble. I really want a nice golden bridge. Got aluminum. I didn't do that before I would do gold. So it's even rarer, but we don't have enough of it to do it either. So let's see. Looks like we're going to do it in. Well, hell, why change up a good thing? We're doing our bridge in iron. An entirely different definition for paying the iron price. Oh, well, we knew about that. Another one of those places where I really wish I could just cancel the cancellation.
Why'd you think I can do this?
Ah, all our peacocks and peacocks grew up. Okay, so time to deal with those. Doesn't look like we have anybody actually dealing with animals at all, which is really kind of a problem. Well, we've got the animal care jobs on, and we've got the animal hauling jobs on.
Did you see what I did with this thing? It won't work.
Might help if I unforbid that door so people can get in and out of the room properly. They'll come running along, they'll assign all the old peacocks to the cage where I want them. We will release the peahens and assign them to the
It won't work.
pasture. The peacocks will be butchered, the chicks will be stuffed in a cage. Now, I could leave the female pea chicks out, but I don't need to. The reality is they can't breed until they grow up, and when they grow up, I can release them. In the meantime, they're not eating up pathfinding. We have a fair number of these animals now. We're up to a large number of 35 female adults. That's probably more than I probably need. I'm probably going to cut that back. Likewise, we're allowing a large number of male kids so that when they grow up, they immediately get butchered off. So we're setting all these peacocks up to be slaughtered purely for our meat industry. So you'll start to see slaughter notifications where Auto Butcher is dealing with them. And it should be the case that we're also getting some tanning going, so people are doing something with those skins, I hope. Otherwise they will rot very quickly, which is bad.
Sorry, sir, I can't do it.
And the slaughter continues. Oh, the poor peacocks. Got a fair number of skins stacking up now. Tanning is technically a moodable skill, but at this point I've pretty much made everybody in the fortress into stone crafters if they get off a mood, so... Put a couple extra peacocks in the pasture just to make sure we keep some in the pasture. It's possible, if they butcher enough of them, that we end up with no peacocks in the pasture at all. And this is the only micromanagement I really have to do, is to make sure that some peacocks are left out there. If I don't ever cage the peacocks, the males, then I'm guaranteed that some are left to fertilize whatever females I let loose. But we really don't want to keep as many as we've got. I think we're keeping like 10. I don't need 10 males. 5 is more than enough. I just need to periodically make sure there's some in the pasture is all. So we'll leave these guys in there for now. Keep 10 if 5 are in the pasture and 5 are in the cages. It's like keeping 5 open. And we'll get all these guys moved into pasture space where they will promptly get fertilized, we hope, and start producing eggs. Our dwarves will come along and harvest all the eggs on this first pass. That's okay. We can then decide if we want to breed up another group for meat or something else. Jump back to our tree farm, take a look. We've got our bridge all nice and built.
Why do you think I can do this? I can't do it.
So we'll smooth this out and fortify it. The water will flow in from above, down through this pressure regulator, flow across this like a river,
No,
one level below the surface here. So it'll top out just like a regular surface river would. We can then put a bridge out here to seal this, and we can safely fill this tree farm with water and know that the river is the only thing that would actually get flooded. Now, in order to actually flood the tree farm that first time out, we're going to use this big catch pocket, which will also hold our backup water for when the aquifer we may or may not deliver for us. We'll have to see here. And we'll cut fortifications there, and then we'll build ourselves a little bridge here that will seal up that entrance.
Yes, I'll do it, but no, it won't work. I can't do it.
Actually, I have a grand idea. I have a grand idea. Why not? Okay, well, let me do it yet, but it will. So we'll go ahead and mark that for fortifications. We're going to do 2 levels of fortifications with a total of 4 bridges that will all link to one lever. And when we throw this lever, it's basically just start emptying 40 units of water out of the catch basin every tick it can. And it's going to be like a jet of water into the fortress. Now, whether we'll be able to fill the catch basin enough to create the effect, I don't know. We're not going to get like a water cannon or anything, but the amount of water we'll push out through here will flood this room fairly quickly. As far as water access goes, let's dig ourselves an access tunnel. So this catch basin has 2 uses at this point. We can use it basically as a backup reservoir for when the taiga drains out. We hope that the aquifer dripping will hopefully either offset that completely or offset it enough that the taiga can rethaw and refill us before we run dry. Whether that's going to work out or not, we'll see. This could be a grand construction that ends up not working here. A monument to dwarven failure. A grand idea implemented in an environment where doesn't make a whole lot of sense. The taiga, unfortunately, is our issue.
I can't do it. I just can't.
Now at this point, we've got a lot of marble built up, more than we're going to use for flux stone, so we can conceivably go back and disable it as an economic stone and reuse use it as just something we can carve and make mugs out of.
Sorry, I can't do it, sir.
So our dwarves will get access through this tunnel to the chamber, and what we'll do is we'll build a door. And eventually we'll wall this up. We won't have any reason to go back in here once this is assembled, but if for some reason we manage to find a reason, then we'll drain this all out and unwall it and go through the door. I can use the locked door to immediately bar access to dwarves. I don't like using a door in any capacity that needs security. It's fine to use a door on internal constructions where invaders won't be present. Some of them can destroy doors, but they can't destroy a bridge. So a bridge working like a drawbridge seals the space for invaders safely, whereas a door leaves certain invaders access. Now, if it's just dwarf access you're worried about, a door is perfectly serviceable and a whole lot easier to build. It's also lockable by the player and requires no dwarven time to go flip a lever, for example. Much better for that purpose.
Sorry, sir, I can't do it.
Problem with artifact doors, of course, is that you can't rely on getting one. And, of course, the first time you get that artifact door, it's likely to be made out of something like bituminous coal, and then it comes along, a dragon breathes on it, the next thing you know, you have a permanently indestructible flaming door. Great for baiting invaders, not so good for, dwarven health and safety. Alright, so the dwarves have started to get the water reservoir excavated. This is, unfortunately, like I said, this construction overall is just going to take a long time by virtue of what we're trying to accomplish. Let's see if we go up here. Do we run into anything up this way? Nope, we can go all the way up to the aquifer over there, too. Okay, so what we'll do is the same thing we did over here. We'll dig the same kind of big square aquifer reservoir, right? And then the grid up at the top to hopefully harvest as much water out of the aquifer as possible. You know, maximum surface area exposure is what we're going for. Well, don't get me wrong, I love Dwarf Fortress, mate, but the goal here is that I'm at least giving some new players an idea on how you can play this game, how you can set up from square one, how you can build a fortress.
Sir, you can't do
I think on the next one I need to be a little more point by point. I think in the first couple here has been so much that I've been kind of getting my legs back under me that I haven't done a good job of really tutorializing what actions I'm actually undertaking and why, explaining the motivation behind them. Now our dwarves are going to start gnawing through this. How many levels did I do? Holy cow, is this 5, 6, so it's 5 all the way down to 14, so it's 9 levels of reservoir. And I'm pretty sure 9 of those would more than cover this if you multiplied it by 7 easily. So we've got more than enough reservoir space to flood this area once, and then
I'm going to keep this thing.
not worry about it after that. And I think what we'll do is we'll set up a couple doors here at this entrance to keep the water out, lock those for a moment, flood this room, drain it off into the new catch pocket that we're going to have to build before we're done with all of this. And at that point, once that catch pocket is built and has its little drain bridge of its own, leading to a similar fortification set up like this, so that it drains in on the next one. Have the water dive down a few levels of catch pocket, have it flow in at the bottom, and flow out at the top right, and then we'll just dig it right off the map at that point so it drains out. And we can stopper this so we can flood it once. Easy peasy. And we're already starting to find the damp stone. So let's go up and take a look and see how far up they managed to get before they started to find it.
I can't do it.
It looks like this area here is where we start to get into the damp stone. That's good.
Sir, I hate saying no to you, but no.
It's a little earlier than I actually expected, but not bad. So they'll actually carve out most of this, and that's fine. Whatever they get carved out, we'll take. And then I'll go back and I'll lay that same grid over it as we have on the upper floors, because they'll cancel those jobs potentially as well. And I'll have to go back and redesignate all those. And that's what I said. I'm going to have to dig a macro for it, where the problem is it won't allow me to... Yeah, it's just, I'm going to have to do a macro for it so I can designate each one of these floors like we did last time, where I just replay it. Hey, Apodosi, welcome aboard.
I said no.
If you haven't already, look down there below the stream. We're collecting money for a local children's hospital today. Doing 38 days of live streaming, about 3 hours a day, every day, from now until 11/7, and then I'll do 24 hours live on the big Extra Life game day. And my eventual goal is to beat the amount of money that we took in last year. But I'd at least like to make our initial goal to start. So if you can assist us, please. If you can donate at least $10, I'll name a migrant after you in all of our fortresses. If you can donate $25 and you want one, I'll actually give you one of our starting 7 if there are any available. Keyword on if. Keyword on if. Call this Early Dwarf Gets the Sock. No, I'm sorry, that's the other. Early Cat Catches the Dwarf, that's right.
Did you see what I did with this? I'm gonna hang on to this.
Last Dwarf Gets the Sock, because of course there's all the goblins between there and the sock at the first time. Oh, that's okay, mate. If you can't, don't feel bad at all. Hey, my wife and I haven't donated yet. I haven't conned my company into donating some money towards our charity this way. They usually support us as well. So no, don't feel bad about it at all. No, not whatsoever. So already we're starting to get the aquifer to drip a little bit of water down into our catch pocket, which is going to potentially pose problems here when we probably should have done this one level at a time, but we'll deal with it. We'll figure it out. Now, as they get up here and they start to punch the holes all the way up, I think this is the top level I think we found aquifer at, because the level above this was dry. So I'm hoping once this checkerboard is a little more excavated that we will really see some drip flow. And now that's not alone is not going to be enough to fill this, unfortunately, I don't think. Not by itself. This is a big space. It might be enough to help us do maintenance on it, but it's probably not enough to actually fill it. For that, we're going to have to, like, draw a little water off the taiga to get us a base fill, and then let the aquifer do its work to try and fill up from there. Because while the dripping is nice, I just don't see it being capable of sustaining water flow for a full-size river. We might conceivably have to go back and block up a couple of our less water into the river. And then sort of pinch the outflow so that it builds up more water, if you will. But we're getting a little ahead of it yet, so let's not get there just yet. Let's see what they managed to do with this space first. All right, so we're getting there. Let's see, if I'd been smart, I would have done this on a terrain with a proper stream that didn't thaw, didn't freeze year round. See, they're starting to get damp stone designations here, too, which is good. That means the aquifer is actually deeper than I expected initially. And as an added bonus, I can use the same macro template here as I would use here, and then I have to use a different one there. What I can do is... there is a way I can make it work. Okay, so let's let them finish up, and then I'll set up a macro template that will work regardless of what type I'm digging out.
Why do you think I can do this?
Now, it's worth noting, if this had been a heavy aquifer, we probably could have punched one, maybe two tiny little holes in it, and we would easily be able to fill this reservoir, because it would be like tapping a river. Tapping an ocean, even. A lot of flood, real quick.
I can't do it.
So how have you been today, Apodosi? Doing good? Come crash in to see how we dwarf? Have you played before much? So you've seen Dwarf Fortress before. This isn't completely new to you. Okay, good, good. All right. Well, welcome back. There's a few new things in the new version. In particular, aquifers have had a change that we're trying to take advantage of here in this fort. Normally, I would have, in prior forts, just simply turned them off. Wait. Why did that pause? What are we complaining about that paused? No. What did we pause about here? Anything? Or was it just me hitting spacebar accidentally? Let's just put the spacebar. Okay, cool. There's a few things that... thank you. There's a few things that changed that we are taking advantage of here. I'm already thinking about how I want to do them for the next fortress, because this fortress has like 150 Z levels down to where the magma is. It's way too many to be sensible in any realistic fortress.
It won't work.
So we're going to move the magma up to about level 35? 34. 35 is where the magma will actually go. Dump it in some holes, and then build our magma workshops all the way up here. It's still fairly large in terms of a fortress at that point, but we're not trekking all the way to the bowels of the earth to do it. So let's go back down and check on our magma fill area. That looks good. Now this next part we're just going to have to, just like up top, we're going to have to designate over and over and over again. There's just no other way to do it. So we'll come back to that again. Go up here and check on this. Now this is one of those places where if you wanted to get this done in a hurry, what you really do is you make about 40 or 50 picks. And you tell everybody who's not in a military squad under some circumstances to just mine en masse. And so you'll have 50 unskilled miners all taking out one soil block or one stone block at a time.
Summer.
They're going at a good clip here, cleaning this out. Going good. I haven't heard any injuries. That's good. You know, albatrosses and pikemen, that's outside. We don't have to deal with them. Gild that kitten. Gild both those kittens. Cat explosion averted. In fact, we've got some gilding up here. I mean, not gilding turned on anyway. Let's fix that. Okay, forgot to turn gilding on. That would explain why we have all these cats that now need to be slaughtered instead of simply gilded. Kitten biscuits, here we come. So we're not going to pump the magma with a pump stack. We're going to use a trick that is borderline exploity. It's kind of a little weird, but it'll work. The trick is actually going to allow us to move mine carts full of magma from the bottom of the fort all the way to the top of the fort safely for the most part. There is some slight risk, I suspect, hearing the plan on how this works, how this mechanism works. There's a slight risk when we move the magma-filled mine carts from stockpile to destination. And it's only going to be like a step or two. I'm going to set it up very specifically so that there's a good way to do this and that it puts them exactly where I want them. But even with that, there's going to be a moment where a dwarf moves a minecart by hand that is full of magma, and I presume that that will be very, very hot, potentially injurious to the dwarf. We will see. The first time out, we're just going to rush and roulette it and see what happens. And once we've got a pair of minecarts dumped in each slot, we have all the magma we need for each workstation. I can just assign the minecarts to routes as fast as I can get them not quite like the magma catapult. This is a lot more manual, doesn't involve any tracks, no special fancy mechanisms, no, I mean, this is, you can do this on Dwarf Fortress day one as long as you know the commands to actually make it work. As long as you understand what you're doing. It doesn't require advanced engineering skill or knowledge. There's only a couple things you can do wrong when you're setting it up. You can make the track stop dump in the wrong direction. That just spills a little magma on the ground that you have to wait to be cleaned up. Potentially injuring the dwarf if you did it wrong, I suppose. But it should be, for the most part, fairly safe for us to do the way we're doing it. Okay. And I'm actually going to let the dwarves dig out as much of this
No, I can't do it.
reservoir below the level where the damp stone starts to show up as possible before I start worrying about retemplating it. I want the catch basin to be as large as possible before I start opening up the collection further than we already have. And while it may not fill tonight, I at least want to see this constructed. So we're going to get through this until this is built.
No, I can't do it.
Now, unfortunately, some of our miners are, of course, going to end up in military squads along the way. And this isn't a full-time mining operation, alas, so it's slow works. But you can already see here the aquifer has started to get enough water that it's pushing it out into the tree farm already. Slowly. Not hugely, but slowly. Now our dwarves will slowly mine this out, and hopefully they will avoid any unfortunate water and boulder and dwarf collision incidents, because they will probably be lethal in this terrain. If water moves a boulder into a dwarf on a staircase, chances are really good that dwarf is going all the way to the bottom of the staircase before he stops. And a dwarf that goes down several levels of staircase while being assisted by a boulder and some water is likely to sustain large injuries. And while our hospital is well equipped and our doctor is highly skilled, it's still not a really good thing. And they're still slowly but surely excavating away. And the sparring continues to get more and more broad. Occasionally even a war dog is brought into the mess. That's what we're going to end up having to do. So we cut this fortification here, right, to allow the water flow out. When we build a bridge on the other side here, we're going to actually only allow, for example, a single tile of water through the pressure regulator. Because I think what we're going to end up with is a situation where Um,
Ugh, I won't do it.
ooh, this one's going to have to be variable speed. Ooh, interesting. Because we're going to have to allow this one to fill up the catch basin below, so it has to have a complete outflow as well as a modulated lowered outflow in order to prevent too great of a drain on our reservoir. So we're actually going to have to set up a modulated flow system for this, a valve, if you will, that doesn't just regulate pressure, but allows us to control the amount of outflow that we get in terms of throughput to tiles. So instead of a 3 wide, for example, or a 5 wide, we might need to cut it back down to a 2 wide river exit, so that we've got 3 flowing in and 2 flowing out, and the difference backs the water up slowly to fill. Yeah, really, we're doing hydrodynamics here at this point, because and we could fake it on the bottom one by simply not having an outflow, and at that point it would flow in one time, and although it would look like a river, it would realistically be a lake. You'd have a lake in the shape of a river on the bottom one, and then like a reservoir going up through the rock, and then a lake on the second one with a reservoir going up through the rock connected to the Taiga Brook. But it would actually be a lake. It wouldn't actually be flowing. And I do want to have a flow if I can manage it. Now that's kind of... wait, did our siege go away? Did the goblins actually leave us their goodies and leave the place? Yes, they did. The goblins have left, and they've left their goodies behind. We can now go claim their socks. Troll fur loincloths, here we come. We'll pull this lever. The door will open. Dwarves will be allowed to escape. As soon as that bridge goes down, I will allow the dwarves to leave the burrow. Alright, and now we go to militia alerts. We set the civilian alert back to something other than red alert. Since I don't have a civilian in a thing here, civilian alert being set doesn't mean anything for this. They immediately are freed from the burrow and allowed to leave the fortress if they need to, say, pick up equipment left behind when that Cyclops and Goblins died. We'll make sure they can actually do so. We'll make sure everything's nice and reclaimed there. Go back up and make sure these jobs that were originally suspended are enabled again, so that they are finished. I just want to make sure there are more do not gathers than there are gathers. The way this is working, realistically, we need to have about twice as many don't gathers as we do gathers, so that there is always a hive ready to split and put into the gathering to keep the cycle running. At this point, I've got it down to about, call it 1/3 and 2/3, so that's about where we want it. I can't recall if Toady has... Anybody know if Toady's lifted the limit on active hives, since he now tracks how many bees there are. He has to keep track of all that. Then it makes hives a drain on themselves. Plus you get all these bees flying around that he has to monitor, so it's a lot more moving critters. Hives have a current limit on a map of 20 or 40, I forget which. Something like. Just making sure our stockpiles are actually being maintained with booze in them here. Fisherberry wine and what all. That's all fine. I don't care what's in them. Lots of empty pots. Lots of empty pots. Still got some wine in some of them though, so that's good. So we're maintaining our stockpile properly. That's good. Want to make sure visitors have plenty to drink. Not being allowed into our fortress proper, not being allowed into the Golden Library is kind of a thirsty job. So, you know, I want our folks to have plenty of ways to. Uh-oh, I heard a mandate or a mayor or something. Yep, there we go. There's a mayor being elected. Moral, the carpenter. Moral likes stuff that's going to be a real pain in the butt to get a hold of. Likes caps and large gems. There's a real good chance that Moral is not going to be our mayor and broker too much longer here. Because Logum was the original one, and he's got the bedroom already, so, you know, it's going back to him. He also doesn't demand caps and large gems.
I can do it.
And while I could rig the election to make that dwarf unelectable in the future, it seems a bit extreme at this particular juncture, so we're going to not do that. On this floor, we'll have an area where we store bolts, and then a doored off area here where archers will be set to patrol, overlooking a smooth. Oh, wait. That may be too close because I'm going to have a spot for the bridge to stand, and then fortifications. So that's too close. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Okay, sorry. Just realized I was about to build that wrong and I'd have to rebuild it all. That's a pain. We don't want to do that. Nobody wants to rebuild everything if they don't have to. Check on our petitions again. Uh-oh. The Crafts Dwarves have finally demanded their guild hall. We will approve that because that's very easy. That's trivially easy for us, unfortunately for them. We go down to their little guild Etsy hall. We immediately open up that zone that we created earlier. We immediately set it as a meeting hall. We assign a location. We add a location. We call it a guild hall. Was it Crafts Dwarfs guild hall they wanted? Pretty sure it was. Let's go ahead and Crafts Dwarfs guild hall. And now we should be able to check and see. Okay, and now we have a Crafts Dwarf's Workshop, or guild, done. And if we go back and smooth it, it will automatically jump to Grand Guild Hall well before they ever need it, and that's fine with me. Let the smoothing commence. Valdemar and his group will be along momentarily to deal with that. Let's take a look at petitions again. Nobody's in petitions. We're in good shape there. A couple people visiting in the tavern again. I think I'm going to have to look through our haulers and see who we have that might be good performers and set up a couple of performers in the tavern. See if we can get maybe a group of musicians going.
Sir, I hate saying no to you, but no.
Moral the Carpenter. Okay, so what is Moral the Carpenter doing right now? I'm curious. Simulating a Shazak. So she's doing instrument noises with her mouth. Okay, that's my cue. Let's fix that problem. Instrument parts. So assembly will take care of making all of those multi-part instruments that have more than one piece. You'll still need to make the individual parts, and you probably won't know which parts you need up front. So we can kind of get around that. So let's go ahead and set these guys up with conditions. If they have their stuff, hey look, Ostash, keyboards, cases, and strings. We'll have to make 3 parts to make one of these. Done. That's easy. That's all we do. And then we put products, and we say as long as we have, so conditions, let's get rid of these. I did these backwards. I did reagents first. I'm going to do products first for my sanity. Let's get rid of that. It's delete, isn't it? Yes, it is. We'll just delete those off. We'll put products first, and then we'll put reagents last. Then we'll do number. And if we have more than, we don't want more than 20 of these things, whatever they are. Okay, done. Keyboards, cases, strings. Okay, so we come back out, we queue up. Metal bars to make strings, so this requires forges and such, but they'll make parts, and we'll keep a few parts on hand, then they'll assemble them once those parts are available. That's all there is to this. You simply make sure that you simply go through each job in the manager, you tell it I want to put some conditions on there, I want products, I want reagents, and it'll tell you which parts it's going to need. We need bellows, pipes, console, keyboard. That's it. Then you just make those. Okay, and that takes care of instruments. They've now been queued up. We'll never need to think about them again. That'll take a while for them to get produced, obviously. Can't really deal with that. That's unfortunate, but there it is. Slowly but surely, they continue to excavate the catch basin. You can see that it's still dripping water, but it's just not enough to fill this on its own. I don't think on its own the aquifer will get it done, even once we open up the catch. But if we can put enough water in there to cover the base of it, the aquifer may be enough to keep it filled. Because once it's no longer fighting evaporation, we might be okay. I don't think so, though. I think under normal circumstances, flow would screw us.
Sir, you can't do that there.
So what do we want to really see next time? I mean, we're getting to the point now where we're going to finish up the tree fort here, or the tree farm, set up our magma industry,
I'm going to keep this thing.
setting up an obsidian smelter in this or obsidian forge in this, an obsidian caster in this fortress just sounds a little painful because of the depth of we would have to do it. I'm not going to want to set up a pump stack. I mean, we could theoretically, I think DF Liquids allows me to make a source. I could theoretically just create a cheat source of magma near the surface for purposes of demonstration. But that's something we can save for another fort then, and then have something else to do. So I'm thinking we'll get the tree farm set up, get our magma industries set up and demonstrated so that we've demonstrated how to pull magma out of the depths without a massive construction. And then we'll look at moving on to another fort. We probably won't get the entrance defenses fully constructed because I want this to be about, you know, teaching players. And unfortunately, once you get a fort that's this far along, it's difficult for new players to catch what we're doing. And I'd really like to go back and explain some of these things that I think I've kind of glossed over in prior passing as I refresh my own memory. It'd be nice to go back and explain them in the proper depth. Another forgotten beast to comb around the caverns. I think this one is down in, yeah, this one's down in floor 3, or cavern 3, though, so unless these two decide to make their way together, we're not going to see them line up for a cage match or anything. Lots of notifications as they chip away along the edge of the aquifer. doesn't let us see. I'm actually curious. Yeah, visitors or guests. Technically, we're not supposed to see them, but I wish there's no way to interrogate a guest to know what they're good at. And I don't necessarily need them to be skill 15 at whatever skill they're bringing, but I need them to have a skill and not simply be showing up to talk in our fortress. There's no way to garner feedback from your tavern goers as to whether this intruder that you've let into your tavern long term, into your fortress long term, is actually worth having or not. And unfortunately, the roles section does not dictate any information as to whether they might be good at performance skills, for example, if I want to have them in my tavern. See, I think we take this dancer and this musician and we put them in the tavern as performers, and this guy just gets put back in the collar core. There we go, and now we have designated performers whose job it is to set up songs and dances, play the music instruments we have. Well, capturing a whale should just be a matter of luring it into the shallows, as it were, and sealing a bridge up behind it, right? I mean, I don't want to make it sound unsexy or anything, but
Sorry, I can't do it, sir.
I have done coastal forts. If they don't freeze, it's not too bad.
I can't do it.
If they freeze, you can't do fishing indoors, which is kind of a pain. Not safely, anyway, I guess I should say.
Sorry, I can't do it, sir.
So roughly speaking, I want to have about 4 times as many drinks as I do population, and I want to round up my population. So let's call this 200 dwarves. That means I want to have about 800 drinks on hand. Minimum. Let's call it 1,000, just for a round number's sake. So let's go back into our manager and look at our brew jobs.
I can't do it. I just can't.
And now, when they do that craft stuff, there's a pile of, that's right, 10 live kittens butchered. Kitten biscuits, the way of the future. Forgotten Beast still going to town on the elk bird population. Remember, everybody, like Bob Barker would always tell you, spay and neuter your elk birds.
Yes, I'll do, but no, it won't work.
Uh-oh, somebody donated. Plugin's not quite as quick as my phone. Doesn't tell me who did it yet. I haven't followed the link, but somebody out there in Viewerland is helping us out. Big thank you to all of those of you who can. can't see that on the stream manager. It's too small. Oh, holy shit! I'm old. Dave, huh? Okay. Or is that Drift? Good God, I'm sorry, guys. My eyeballs are old man eyeballs on my tiny screen. I can barely make that out from the pop out. Drift, right on. Dry flow, that's what it is. Dryfio? Drifio? Welcome aboard, mate. We do this once a year. The past couple of years, I've done the 30 days or 34 days or whatever the number has been in a row. The entire month of October and the first week or so of November, culminating in a 24-hour live stream for the Extra Life charity event. I've been doing it for Extra Life now for a while, and the past couple of years, when my health has allowed me to do so, I've actually done it for the entire, like I said, the entire month of October. That's what we're doing this year. 38 days of Dwarf. We're on day 11. Once we get this tree farm set up, this double tree farm set up, double tree farm with a waterfall and a little tiled path running down the middle. No, once we get this double tree farm set up and our magma forge is set up, we're going to roll over to a new fort, and I'll set up from scratch and try to dive a little deeper into what I'm taking and why. Now, we probably won't get there tonight, but we will likely get there either tomorrow or the day after. Assuming, of course, that the dwarves can continue to dig.
I can't eat up there. I can't do it. Ugh, I won't do it.
See, there's a couple people dancing here. You can see them exchanging spaces back and forth, back and forth. So there's some dancing going on. That's good. The performers are probably training one another, I'm hoping.
No.
I wonder if we can set up... Just curious what options there are here. Guessing there are not options for the new social skills. There's no dancers guild, there's no musicians guild, there's no... Nope, I wanted to make sure it didn't page over. So there's there are guilds for all the standard laborers, but there are not guilds for the other skills. Interesting, okay. Need to be aware of that, that's all. Our peahens and peacocks are growing up. That's okay. Let them continue to do that. Check in here. Double rainbow. So you're going to have to fill me in on what you mean by a double rainbow. We won't have a double rainbow. We will have a double river. We will have this flowing through one way and then back through the other side on the lower tree farm. I can make that happen. That's easy enough. Like I said, I could fake it with enough water just by pumping it full of water one time, pumping the channel full of water one time and not allowing any outflow. That would create the illusion of a river flowing through, but there would be no actual flow to the river. And I do want there to be flow. I want to be able to put up water wheels, for example, and have power coming out of this area if I want. Oh, alright, mate. No big.
Sir, I hate saying no to you, but no.
I can't do it. I just can't.
Yep, they're still working. Slowly but surely, they're excavating all of these staircases out, which will become catch pockets. Well, I can't promise super beauty. This is kind of an on-the-fly sort of thing. If I wanted to have something, extra pretty, it'd be something that I'd worked on, gone back and done the voiceover for later. I would be focused on building it and then go back and just voice over the explanation on a later video. That would be far easier for something I wanted to make particularly perfect. The other alternative, of course, is I could let you guys watch me lay it all out with reveal, and then, just sort of mark sections of it to be excavated one at a time. Might be interesting for a fortress or so, just to show folks or what I'm thinking about when I lay them out, but I can't see it being interesting for viewers on the regular. Ah, see, we're starting to get... maybe not. Thought maybe damp stone had started to suspend too many of our jobs here, and we started to leave a wall, but we haven't yet. We don't have a miners guild, you'll notice. I'm curious what the lower bound threshold for guild halls is. I'll have to look that up.
doubt it. It was almost there, and...
I claim this workshop in the name of invention!
Yes, action through your hands.
Now, because we've got these job manager jobs set up, this is, I guess, is what I should have emphasized when I was talking about the manager in an earlier stream. A lot of the fortress micromanagement gets removed. Your dwarves simply are told, hey, when we need this thing, make the thing, the end. They'll handle it themselves. You just simply tell them how to keep, how many to keep, and give them the space to store it in, and they'll take care of the rest. Eventually your fortress will hit saturation on a lot of the items that you don't need to make continually, like buckets or barrels or bins. There's only so much stuff you're going to make if you're using the manager to cap production on things. Whereas in prior forts I would have simply produced stuff on repeat and then eventually just either dumped it into magma or thrown it under an atom smasher or sold it off to the merchants for pennies, dwarf pennies. You know, nowadays, because of the needs for recreation in the form of temples and guild hall visits and time in the taverns that previously dwarves kind of took care of on their own, now we're forced to allow dwarves to be idle a lot more than we would have in the past. And so smaller job batches more often, thinking ahead for all those things that you're going to need to ever have built, if you will. Putting them in advance in small batches is going to lead to your dwarves having more off time once they start working through the items. More off time, more often, to spend that time in the idle, which will slowly build up their happiness. Now, it's not universal. There are some exceptions, and there are easy ways to really wreck this, simplicity. If your dwarves are exposed to a siege and they have to clean up the bodies, you're going to have a problem, and we haven't had to deal with that yet. So I expect if we set, body hauling for everyone, for example, we'd end up with a situation where people were freaking out about it constantly, and our dwarf happiness would plummet. Too many have-seen dead bodies. One of the issues that I know that they're looking at, and I had you guys raid Salford Sal last night. How'd that go, by the way? How'd the raid go for you guys? Did get you to learn something new? I'm hoping that some studies on how Dwarven memory is working will lead to a more, I don't know that I want to use the word sensible, but I'm not sure what word, more accurate is kind of right, but that's not it either, because it's not ever going to be an accurate simulation of how the mind works. But the current implementation feels a little bit like the dwarves are encouraged to mull on negative things more than they should be, by virtue of those thoughts cycling more frequently and lodging more regularly. There you go, 15 hours, wow. I can't do 15 hours a day, unfortunately. My employer would be most dissatisfied with me if that were all I were to do for a day.
I can't do it.
So we'll set this up just like the floor below for smoothing and engraving his fortifications, and we'll have basically these two outlet jets that will empty this reservoir into this lake and just flood this place if we have to. The intent being that rather than a slow spread from this one source with limited outflow and a massive spread area to kind of cover, we're going to have one major dump where the water just floods through this and completely covers it one time. We can seal those up and we never need to open them again if we don't need to. So far, so good. The dwarves are digging this out. I'm going to stream a little long tonight. Don't tell the wife. We're going to stay up a little late and see if we can't get this damn thing finished. At least this first level. We may not get the second one done. We'll get this first one done. Get all the bridges laid out. Get everything ready to go. And then, even if it's not hooked up, we know it'll be done for us late next time. And then we'll set up the access tunnel for the second one. We'll designate it all, even if we don't get it started tonight. But they have to finish this first one before I start on the second one. We're really going to stretch them thin. If I was a smart guy, I probably would have all my haulers switched over to miners temporarily and just put them all to work on mass. 50 haulers all excavating at once. But the miners are doing alright, so we're just going to let them finish. We're going to let the fortress keep running. People are trending towards happy. That's what we want. It's not fast trend, but it's headed that way. Moma's here is our routine problem child for stress. Lack of decent meals I can't really fix. Loneliness after friends. Unable to practice a martial art for too long. Ah, she's in one of those squads. That's a problem. Let's fix that. Let's fix that right fucking now. She's pissed because she can't practice a martial art, and she can't practice a martial art because we're not making bolts and using them on an archery range for her. So let's get that solved. And some folks will come along with some nice, pretty marble blocks. They'll plant them in the archery range, and we'll set up an archery range. And then we'll set up the trained archer squad. That is to say, our military DACA squad. To train on these 2 months out of the year, up to 2 months out of the year, and then train in the barracks 1 month out of the year. Like they're civilians almost. Except they're not going to be civilians, they're going to be militiamen. Retrospect, I should have smoothed this initially. I've got some plans for the next fort, things I want to do differently. See, there you go. I appoint some performers, and all of a sudden my dwarves are getting alcohol poisoning, vomit drunk in the middle of the tavern. Definitely hasn't been fixed there, Clinadev. There's your alcohol poisoning example in progress, I suspect. We'll see if they get all the way to it or not. The over-serving problem, I think. They put away the vomit-covered instruments, apparently. At least they clean up now. Gotta give them credit there. At least they clean up now. Need our masons to come along, and our masons are probably doing...
Do you see what I did with this thing?
I don't have a problem with them serving, Clinton. In fact, I don't even have a problem with them serving to excess in some cases. As long as they're not poisoning my dwarves, we'll be fine. I mean, this isn't like there's an alcohol regulatory board here that tells bartenders, you know, don't overserve these guys. So the occasional pass out, fall down, vomit on your face issue, you know, I'm okay with that. As long as I have 3 performers designated for the tavern because I want to have a singer, a musician, and a dancer. And lo and behold, all 3 of them are serving the same guy 27 drinks until he dies of it. If that problem still exists, then we're going to have an issue. This bit where a couple dwarves get fall down drunk and piss all over themselves, I could care less. It's gonna happen. This, to be honest with you, is in a way kind of better than the old meeting hall thing that used to have, where dwarves would throw parties and basically go AWOL for an entire month. Like I said, they clean up their own vomit. I can't really complain too much as long as they're going to clean up their own stuff. As long as they're not dying of it, you know. We start seeing deaths in the tavern, I'm going to start paying attention. We're going to start losing performers in a hurry at that point.
It won't work.
Which is kind of a shame, because I do want to have a small, dedicated group that's, you know, designed to attract, encourage, and seed, if you will, songs and dances among my other civilian dwarves, with the intent to provide those kinds of entertainments on a more regular basis. Looks like all of my archery targets are ready, so let's get those done. Now, the reason I want my archer squads to have two... Actually, let's see if we can make them work on that. Let's see if we can see if Toadie's maybe got that working. Now, this time, I'm going to have to spend... Okay, so, yeah, let's see. Okay, now we'll go back over here. We'll copy that guy, and we'll paste him in. And what we're going to try to do, I think there's a way to do this. It's been a long time since I've even attempted it. I believe that we can specify oh, I thought we could specify which barracks to train in, too. I thought you could specify the barracks, and that's not going to be quite what we want. So we'll forget that idea. Scratch that. And we'll do 1 month of proper training in a barracks, just like everybody else, and a month off is the idea. Now, what we may find is that when they're off, they go to the barracks to train, in which case we're not going to get a lot of archery training out of them. I'm hoping we won't have that problem, but we'll see. I've already got them set up to train, so that's good. Now let's go ahead and get them set up to use these. Okay, that should get them training at some point, if not immediately. That should get our biggest fortress worry ward off of worry warding and into dealing with she's in the army now. Well, we'll see. Like I said, I don't mind a little over-serving, and so far it's not been a problem. So we'll see if we get, drunken dwarves occasionally passing out, or if we're going to get drunken dwarves occasionally killing themselves by choking to death on their own vomit. One of those is okay. The other is kind of an issue. Oh, check it out. They are on it now. Okay. So they have cleared this, all of this, except for where we start getting into the pattern. Okay, so now the pattern. How am I going to do this? Okay, so I hit D. I have to position myself on the corner square. I go up to the aisle or the level I want. I have to set the type of digging I want to do before I can start the recording, and then I can record. Hit Control R to record, and now I go out and do a checkerboard. Ah, okay, so it is right. Sorry. Just checking to make sure that we did it. Unfortunately, my macro is going to have a bunch of what the hell is going on here in the middle of it. It'll look like I spaz out for a moment, but that's just the way it works. As long as it comes back to where I need it to be, we'll be in good shape. So we'll just go on ahead and dig the rest of these out. The reality is, I just don't think I care. I want all these dug out regardless. Pattern is only going to make sense when we actually started it up here. Let them finish that while we go check out the tavern and see if anybody's been poisoned yet. Nope, so far so good. See, my guess is if I assigned a whole bunch of performers, I'd really be in trouble, you know, 6 or 8. That'd be a lot of over-serving for a tavern this small with as few dwarves as we have.
Sir, I hate saying no to you, but no.
No bolts. Oh, apparently we did queue up bolts at one point. Okay, so quivers is definitely the problem then. Good, good. Oh, our bridge is all linked up and we never got that done. Let's get that done. Well, we still need a little more time because we don't yet have our large iron discs haven't yet been made. We're getting a lot closer. And we'll get our bridges all configured.
do it. No, it won't work.
Well, this is going at a good clip. I might be mistaken. With proper flow control, the aquifer might be enough to sustain each one of these. We'll see. And this is going to be levers for the entire park area to handle water flow and that kind of thing.
Now I need to think of something else to torment you with.
Four levers should be enough to get this done. One on the main outflow, one on the sub outflow, one on the main intake, and one on the main outflow. Way over here. Those four levers should be enough to get this park filled and handling water properly. Hey guys. That Kia is totally inaccurate. It's not carrying away my anvil. It's alright guys, welcome aboard. We're pseudo tree farming. Eventually. Maybe. Kinda.
Can't believe he's been born.
The season is autumn.
Okay, now that aquifer is going at a good clip. Now we get to see if our mechanics can do their part. Get the bridges built, get the bridges linked. Could actually be a problem.
It won't work.
Does seem like to me that a small flow like an aquifer dribble should be sufficient to allow your dwarves. We're going to have to get creative here, aren't we? Because we're not going to get the bridges built. They're going to tell me they're going to suspend all these jobs, aren't you? Yeah, we'll see. I bet you start suspending because they got 2 units of water on them, and then we're going to have to get creative and start using... Ugh. Yeah, that'll be fun. Okay.
No. I said no.
Chalk this up for lessons learned. I should not have excavated the aquifer prior to doing what we were doing here. But that's okay. We'll adapt. We'll make it work. How will we make it work? In a really painful fashion, I'm afraid.
Sorry, I can't do it, sir.
Sir, you can't do that there.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to build some walls. That's going to be kind of a tedious redesignation process. You. That's okay. We can make this work. Gotta get these bridges up, though, because I need them to be able to bottle up the water. This is proving quite good for the proof of concept so far, I must say. If I can get that much water out of the aquifer on a regular basis, we may not have a problem with flow at all. Have to redo that. And they'll get the second tier fortifications done. There's going to be a lot of recancellation stuff here where we have to deal with the wall being rebuilt. And
No.
before that's finished, whoa, let's see, okay. Not going to be able to do what I was planning there, so let's not do that. Instead, let's do it here.
Do this. I'm going to keep this thing. Oh, no way. thing? It won't work.
I can't do that there.
Just get him to build that. I think we'll be all right.
Sir, I hate saying no to you, but no. No. I said no. No. No.
Sir, you can't do that there.
Gonna kind of single step it because I need to get this built in a particular way. I've got 3 holes in that wall. If I can get them all plugged up, solve this little problem. Alternatively, if I can get this area over here dug out, I can create a drain for all that water, and I can fix the problem a different way.
No, 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 no. No.
Good news is we're going to get a lot more out of the aquifer than I thought we would. This is going to be a tree farm, but unfortunately I penetrated the aquifer a little earlier than I should have, so it's going to take a little more... We're going to have to do some retrofitting to get it set up properly. It's going to be a nice little nature preserve for our dwarves. Unfortunately, I didn't do it right the first time, so we're going to have to do some tinkering.
I can't do it. I just can't.
Dwarven Haulers, this is your chance. Become an architect. Evaporation will not stop the flow, but if I can get the wall sealed, or the bridge is built either way, and linked either way, then I don't need it anymore. And my goal here at this point is I'm going to take this and build this into a raising bridge, cut this wall open, and then I'll have a drain in here that I can pull some of that water out. That's still not going to be enough if I can't get this wall up temporarily.
No.
Taking it down will be a whole lot easier than getting it up, but I gotta get these last few pieces up. I don't have to worry about it flooding up under this northern area here. That I can solve later. Once this drain is in place, I can drain this whole thing out and put that bridge up again later. No big. Gotta get the wall up, though, to hold that water back until I can get the outer bridges up.
Sir, I hate saying no to you, but no.
I can't do that there.
At least I've got someone coming along to build those now, so we may get them closed. Move that item. He's going to decide there's too much water and I can't do it. Oh, nope, he got that one. If we can get 2 of these down, then this southern bridge might be possible even without the third one in place. Is he moving the stone? He's trying. There he goes. Move something. There it is. One more to go. And this being the last one, it will be, generally speaking, the most problematic. But if they can get that last one up, we can guarantee this will work. It's just going to take time. Oh, they sealed a dude in. See there, man? That's right, we'll make our bridge drain out of lead. I'm sure that will cause no problems with the environment whatsoever. Once our dwarf comes along, gets that all linked up. Got that today.
I can't do it. I just can't.
Last few. Yeah, we get it. Yeah, we get it. Go away now. Shoo, boy, you're bothering us.
I can't do it.
Alright, now with the water cut down, hopefully we're not getting any more flow in here, and they'll spread out these last couple of 2s, and we'll get enough evaporation to get those bridges built. But I'm worried that we're getting some from up above, just trickling in through the area here that I thought I had rebuilt. There we go. I think we're finally getting to the point where the evaporation is catching us up. A lot fewer 2s moving around. Okay, so let's get the bridge finished. We have to keep an eye on this guy here because we're going to have to do something to let him out.
do it, but no, it won't work.
Sorry about this, guys. This mishap's causing us to take a little longer to get all this up and running. Unfortunately, I'm having to redo it a little bit. The old adage, measure twice, cut once, has never been truer than it is with Dwarf Fortress. Ever. A lot of times Dwarf Fortress can feel like measure twice, cut once, and then have a backup plan for when you did it wrong anyway. Okay, masonry, masonry. Today, everyone is a mason. Get with it, boys. Build my bridge.
Yes, I'll do it, but no, it won't work.
Get these two bridges built and linked, and we don't need this wall at all anymore. Don't need the drain, don't need any of it. And they've almost got the bottom two built.
Sorry, sir, I can't do it.
There's one. And another forgotten beast down there on level 1. Unfortunately, we still are at the mercy of the dwarves to be able to build this in a timely fashion, which, well, you know, dwarves. Unfortunately, all the blinking makes it a little hard for me to see where our mason just went. A little concerned because he's been in there a while. We can get him in and out, we'll be alright. And we've got a miner coming along to help him out. Good. There he is. He's building that other bridge for us, like a loyal fucking dwarf would. As long as he doesn't run out of food, start hunting for small animals before they get to him, he'll be okay. This guy's coming to link something up. This guy's coming to mine. This guy's coming to build this bridge here out of lead bars. We need that bridge in order to be able to drain this reservoir off if we have to in future.
It won't work.
Because of the aquifer being the source from above, basically trickling down constantly like a cave roof. We'll never be able to get that fully dry, but we can drain off all the water down to where twos are bleeding down here, looking for a place to go. Did we get excavated all the way out? Not yet. And our mason is no longer here. What is he doing? Okay, none of those is too terrible, so we're still have hope of saving him here. He must be meditating or
I
something.
can't do it.
My fucking miner decided now's a good time to take a break. Right here, you know, 3 squares from saving this dude's life. Let's take a break. And all my other miners are probably in the military right now, right? Well, by God, if I got a pick to spare somewhere, somebody's getting it, and we're getting some mining done.
No. I said no.
Let's save that dude. Come on, guys. Help me out. Still some webbing going on. Here's a miner come along finally to finish the job. Probably just a little too late. As per usual. Today would be good. Come on, you can do it. There we go. Now the Mason has a nice clear shot out if he wants it. And I'm not seeing him running out, which is a bad sign. Let's take a look. No, none of them are. Maybe he's not a stonecrafter. Maybe I've missed which calling he has here. Okay, both of those are linked. It looks like both of these are now built. So we will change this up because we've got this done in enough time to make it work. Oh, our second Cyclops. Okay, well, let's get everybody indoors. And everybody's job should start canceling here as fast as we hope they can. Come on, guys, gotta get indoors. Now it's not really a good time to go wandering in the wilderness. Consequences will be predictable. I think that's merchants that are outside at the moment. Yep, merchant guards. So that Cyclops is coming in from the south. Let's get our squad up here. Guards and dogs are good. The militia guard, the merchant's guards are going to engage here momentarily to give our guards plenty of time. Maybe they'll kill the Cyclops, maybe they don't. Oh, looks like they lost the hammer dwarf. Say the Cyclops is going down, though. That X is not a friendly sign to have on you if you're fighting. And now there are two of them. And they killed it. The end. Is it brave? Fuck no. Is it effective? Hell yes. Gotta wait on our goods to be moved. We're still waiting on the weapon bin full of trap components. Valuable, valuable trap components to be delivered. Produced from the highest quality glass. Get rid of those last few objects. Come on, guys. Bring us our bin. Quit waiting around. Oh, that's right. Everybody's in there. Silly, silly, silly. Everybody's in there. Alert. In their burrow. We don't allow them to pick things up outside when they're in the burrow.
Do it.
Want them outside when they're in the burrow.
But you think I can do this?
Well, they're working on it. They may actually get it done before that room fills completely. In which case we can simply disassemble this wall at our leisure and let the water flood out. We don't care. If we can get this bridge built, we can get it linked and have it activated. And then just mine this wall out and crush the water. Oh well, we missed the merchants. I was a little more focused on getting this. That's good. No big. Still waiting on that last linkage.
Why'd you think I can do this?
Here comes our mechanic to finish off the bridges finally. Well, the finished bridges anyway. This drain bridge, we're still waiting on the lead bars to be dragged over. And our mechanic is done. So now we can wall this up. And to make sure nobody's in there, we're going to forbid and hide all this stuff that's in this shaft. There's a lot of it, but none of it is particularly valuable, so we're just going to go all the way up to the top. See if we've got any dwarves hovering around in here. I think we've got everybody out, but let's try to make sure we don't see any here as we go down through here. If a nature preserve has got to have a corpse in order to ensure the cycle or whatever, you know, so be it. Sacrifice dwarf, off we go. But I'd kind of like to make sure we avoid it if possible, just based on it being a mistake, you know. And I am not seeing anyone, which is good. Okay. Okay, I'm game. I forbid and hid everything that was in that room. What the hell are you going in there to get?
Oh, no way.
Your job has been canceled. Get out. Alright. There we go. Somebody coming along with a slate block to build that wall on the second floor. Let's seal that up properly.
No.
And he's going to step in, move that rock, finish that wall. There we go. Now that is all of that. Now we can then pull that lever just to test it. Make sure that it does, in fact, move our bridges in the way that we want them to move before we go any further here. Commit to any further solutions. And there comes our little lever puller now, I think. Yoink, and this lever, these bridges should all go upright and block the fortifications on this floor and on the one below it. Yes, good, wonderful. Now we need to open them back up. Because now we've got the rougher part. See, this water all filling up in here is really going to cramp our style if we don't get rid of it. We need a way to drain it, and the problem is our drain is still under construction. We're still waiting on this bridge to get built. So what we're going to do is set dwarves up to disassemble this wall as soon as that bridge is up and closed. They'll punch holes in the walls, and some of them are likely to get bowled over through the fortifications, we hope through the fortifications, out the other side. If anybody ends up in a fortification and can't get out, we'll mine them out, but the hope is that they'll either finish the wall removals or get blown away from the wall completely, and the wall will be, or the water will begin to drain out. Once we've got enough of those removed, we should be ahead of the aquifer without a problem. It takes a while for it to build up, so I'm thinking that we're going to be ahead of the game if we can get all of this removed before the river fills. Because at that point it'll start to back up onto the second level, and that would be a problem. So I'm hoping that we've got our little guy here who's running back and forth picking up lead bars is about to finish that last one, we hope. Good news is, because I have the bridges open at the current moment, if it does back up onto the second tier, it will actually overflow through the upper gates and out into the world proper. The downside is it'll actually flow back against the other side of the wall at that point. It'll make it even harder for us to get it disassembled. Go ahead and get some smoothing done for some fortifications here. Lead bars are still being moved. We're only up to 5s. 5s is getting a little close. Get some spillover here soon. Assuming this is one of our engravers come along. Yep. So many lead bars to be delivered.
Obey! Guess I'll do it, but it won't work.
And we probably should get the miners working on the second phase of this project, shouldn't we? Probably should. Okay, so the next water access we're going to need, if we thought about it ahead, we would have done it somewhere else, but we didn't. Move down one here. Come on, man, lift those bars, tote those bales, or something like that. My bridge built already.
idea. Best get the dogs out and assign it to him in case he goes mad.
So many little bars.
It won't work. A dwarf has claimed a workshop.
Well, you know, this wasn't ideal, but I don't have to fix it if it comes to worst. Finally, he's going to move all those into the wrong spot. The bridge is nearly done. We can get that one linked up, so it's ready to drain water on demand. And then we can figure out how we want to go about this, but I think the plan is still just to disassemble the main wall and let the water flood. And let the cards fall where they may. Valdemar and crew sacrificing their lives for the fortress by charging headlong into a geyser of water. I think some guys did that in a reenactment of Chernobyl, didn't they? A bunch of guys went into water. We might have some pitch blend around here somewhere, just saying. Well, we'll see. Right now he's moving the stones off. That'll get the bridge up and running. Right now the biggest risk we run is that the water will fill up to the second level and start flooding into the tree farm. Now it's not, I don't think, enough flow to actually obstruct anything at this point. The only construction we have left to build is this wall here and this wall here. And this needs to be carved out to fortifications, and this needs to be removed or replaced with fortifications, either way. If we're not planning this all out in advance, I'd say we did pretty good. Sorry, a couple places where I want to trim up the river a little bit, make it look a little better. While we're waiting. on, guys. Move those boulders. We're starting to get 7s, which means we'll start to get trickle flow out of the top here before too much longer. It occurs to me that our lava tapping method could be used to install an atom smasher type drain adjacent to any existing body of fluid. Provided you can reach the Z level below where you need to put the bridge. Four more boulders till he can finish building our bridge. Have to confess, wildly overestimated their capacity to get the job done, as usual. And of course, where is that last boulder? It is in the square that is farthest from.
I can't do it.
And the aquifer is rapidly filling up those last few drips of space. Build the bridge, seal this wall, and then we're ready to crack open the reservoir. Unfortunately, I can't set up the drain until, or set it up as a proper drain until after we drain this the first time. He'll finish building it for us. We can link it properly. all those ones are dancing around on top of our sevens, and once they're all filled in, we'll start to get guaranteed flood out the edge no matter what we do. We get a few trickles before then, but
It won't work.
alright. Come on, boyo, get the bridge up. You can do it!
It won't work. Ugh, no way.
Sir, you can't do that there. I can't do it. I just can't.
Almost there. metal. Cloth might be the problem. We might be out of bones too. Bones, metal, cloth, glass, rough gems, stone. It isn't cloth, and it's not going to be metal bars. So I'm betting bones is the issue. A problem that we can quickly resolve by eliminating that llama that's been hanging around in our inventory for too long already. Or by butchering a single blue peafowl. Since he only needs the bones and not the hide, I'm hoping we'll catch him in time. Okay, now we're waiting on our mechanic to link up the bridge so we can seal it off. Gotta test it. This bridge should go up and down, up and down, up and down. It may not do it multiple times because it may not register all the pulls, but as long as it moves. There we go, and it should form one solid wall like this so that we know that it's an atom smasher. That's great.
Ugh, I won't do it.
And I think they should stand on the west side when they build that wall. At which point we are ready to disassemble the main wall. There comes our block. He's got to clear all those boulders out of the way. And there's a large number of those.
Sir, I hate saying no to you, but no.
As long as he doesn't go to the east side where we didn't tell him to go at any time, then we're good. Stack all those boulders in one square, we're good. Steps on the bridge, he's likely to get pancaked by somebody playing around with the lever up there like I told him to. See, we don't practice safe lockout processes here. No. There we go. There we go. Now let's get rid of that wall. Now we'll get a big swarm of guys all trying to disassemble at once. Hopefully I can get a lot of them in position before the first walls actually start to fall. My goal here is to get enough... cancel him because he's a little ahead of everybody else and he's way up on that corner, so we're gonna just cancel that job and then let him find something else for a moment. hoping that'll clump them up a little better so we get 3 or 4 or 5 in there at once, all disassembling and not just like 2 right here at the front. And get them. There we go. Yeah, that's right, guys. Get on through. Get on through. Back on in. The more guys we get disassembling at once, the better. Because once these first few walls go down, it starts to get harder and harder to get workers in there or to keep the workers who are there on track disassembling. We need to get as much of this wall down as fast or as close to us at the same time as possible so it will drain all at once. Like a flood rather than a geyser out of one spot. Because it will quickly flood this immediate area. Worry is that we won't get them draining it fast enough. Fairly certain, though, that once all of this wall is down, our problem will be solved. We won't have an issue any longer. Catch is just going to be getting a few pieces down so that the wall will drain.
Sir, here's the list. Looks like we're out of these things here, you see?
Oh, yes. We need to build some of these. No.
And if it gets to be too bad, it could be a problem for them to actually get down the tunnel to get to the area where I want them to stand to do the disassembly. Some of them are going to get washed through the fortifications out to the outside and have to come back in. It's going to be kind of a shit show until we can get enough of the wall disassembled. Come on, guys, we're winning the battle here. Believe it or not, the level is dropping. And since they're not sustaining their volume, then we're slowly getting ahead of it. The catch is, the hilarious part of this is we're draining this just to get rid of this wall so we can close all this back up, dig our drain, seal all this back up, and then let it all refill. Believe it or not. Got a bridge up here that I'd like to be able to build and link, but it's not essential.
you, but no.
I can't do it. I just can't.
Slowly but surely, we're winning the battle. There's down to 3s in some of these spaces in the middle now. Get any of those tiles carved into fortifications, although it's unlikely because it's kind of deep in it right now. If we can get any of those fortifications carved, then we can theoretically start the drain running. Help pull some of the water out that way as well. Picture this like the worst water park ride you don't ever want to be on, because it's like sweeping you through the fortifications out into a boulder field. This guy can just disassemble one chunk here. I think we get out ahead of it so far that it can't catch up. It's already down to 3s and 4s instead of 4s and 5s. So we're winning the war of attrition, as it were. Slowly I turn. We've had like the same 4 chunks of hull here forever because they just can't seem to get enough people in position to remove enough of the wall without them being swept out to sea. There we go, that's 5. Now the flooding will get worse for a moment, but there we go, 6. This is what we were racing when we were building the wall back up, of course, when originally we put this in order to finish up what we needed to do. We were racing against the flooding of the aquifer from above, when it was just 1s and 2s to get the wall built. Now we're having trouble fighting the flow to get...
Winter is at hand.
All
No.
And the water level has dropped on the outside enough that the engravers should, in theory, be able to get out here and start looking at doing the things we'll need to do to activate the drain. And all we should need to do at that point is connect that up to let the water flow through. What do I do with that engraver pushed into the crushing bridge zone? What to do? What to do? What do I do with him? Looks like the goblins got tired of crushing cyclopses on our behalf and have decided to come back with beak dogs. Fortunately for them, I have higher priorities at the moment. Now the water is low enough that it's starting to get easier for them to move through. Not easy, just easier. It's down to 2s, most of it. We nearly have the entire wall disassembled. Well, there have been quite a few, depending on what quite a while means for you. Depending on when you last visited Dwarf Fortress, there's libraries and temples and taverns and guild halls, and we now have to pay a significantly greater degree of attention to our dwarves' needs and wants to keep them happy. No longer is it simply dig down, dig dining room, smooth dining room, engraved dining room, win game. So when they finish this fortification cut here, By then, whether these walls are destroyed or not, I can turn the drain on and just help flush out some of the extra water.
Ugh, no way. It won't work.
Okay, and with that done, let's turn on. Oh, right, the siege. Thinning our war dogs out a little. That's a little bigger than the siege that I want to deal with. If we lose this, it's going to be down to player inattentiveness, unfortunately. Yours truly not paying attention to what the fuck is going on. See, if we flip it now, unfortunately, there's so many trolls on the bridge, I think we lose the bridge. Our archivist, for some reason yet to be known to me, has decided to wander up there where the trolls are. Taking stock, I guess, and has opened the door to let everybody else in, so now we're going to get this fight whether we want it or not. Lost one military, one a noble. Some peacocks. Lost one of the entertainers. Okay, not sure how he got all the way down there past everybody, but okay.
Can't do that there.
Apparently he got locked out, so there's a couple of them that got pinned outside, which we're not going to be able to save. Oops. Total player attention fuck up. Well, let's make this horrifyingly bad and finish it off here. Pull the lever, open it up, rush out with our squads, get rid of whatever's left that hasn't left yet. There's a handful of goblins who haven't fled because they're out front shooting our dudes. Let's deal with them.
No. I said no. Sir, I hate saying no to you, but no. Sir, I hate saying no to you, but no. It won't work.
And now let's see if our hospital can actually keep up with it all. Take everybody out of the militia for a moment to try and get all the hospitaling done and all the rescuing done and all the burying done.
No, I can't do it. It won't work.
And now everyone will be traumatized by the giant pile of goblins and trolls we have created. Including our own dwarves, who will promptly go mad, I'm sure. Let's see. Oh, there's something to put on my wish list. Corpse cleanup using wheelbarrows to gather corpses en masse. Literally, bring out your dead. Okay, guys, I'm going to call it here for tonight, and we will pick up tomorrow night. Keep in mind, of course, we were supposed to do 3 hours, and we are now way past that at about 6. So before I go, I will set you guys up to raid someone else, some poor other unfortunate soul who might be out there in Twitchland broadcasting. Let's see if anyone's out there doing Dwarf Fortress. Yes, yes indeed, there is a gentleman or a lady doing Dwarf Fortress right now. Let's get him. Hang on just a moment and we'll set it up.
No.
And here we go.
I can't do that.